Hello, Miss Veronica. Are you there? Miss Veronica.
Hello. Good
Oh,
morning.
yeah. Nice meeting you. It's very early in the morning. What time is it there?
Yes, it's nice
What?
to meet you too.
Uh,
It's 5
5
a.m.
o'clock in the morning.
Yes, it's really early.
So you wake up very early today?
Well, yes, it's okay because actually I always get up early, but it's a bit too early. But
Yes, it's too
okay.
early. In your time, what time do you usually wake up?
Well, about 6:30.
6:30, so it should be 1.5 more, right?
Right.
Yeah, we are really sorry for this inconvenience.
It's okay. So it's a great pleasure to take part in the conference. So I'm fine. Thank you.
So you are very professional. Miss Veronica, I heard that how's the weather in Russia?
Oh, right now it's summer, so it is rather warm, but we have a lot of rain this summer. So it's a bit strange because we usually have really hot summers here in Samara.
Because
Yeah.
I heard in news that Europe suffers for about 40 degrees Celsius. So,
Yes, last week we had about 35 degrees Celsius too. Today it's maybe not so hot, but still it is warm and nice.
so you like the weather today?
Yes,
Means,
it's okay.
okay. Okay. So now it's a summer break in Russia. Means that you have no activities for academic activities, no teaching or what?
Well, in July, we usually don't really have much activity as for academic and studies because students have vacation right now. But as for me, I have another work. So I'm the head of advertisement department, as I've written there in my paper. So I'm not on vacation right now. So I'm working, yes. So it depends on what you are doing. If you're just a lecturer, so you probably have a vacation in summer. And if you're working for something else, so you're just working.
So then happy summer days for you.
Thank you.
But you still work in the summer because of your position. We have a Professor Nick also here. Prof Nick, how are you? Hello, Prof Nick from Malaya University. He is here.
Hello. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Prof Nick, I would like to introduce you to Miss Veronica Peskova from Russia.
Oh, all right. How are you? Hi.
Fine, thank you. It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. I saw that you are from the same university as Prof. Elchin.
Yes, I am.
Oh, so you must know him then.
Yes.
Yeah, we had
I know him really well.
We had a 1 week of nice traveling together with him.
Oh, you did. So you're in Bali also?
No, we didn't go to Bali.
No?
Yeah,
Not
just
this time.
Pulau Jawa only, Pulau Jawa.
Okay. Good.
Veronica, you better now? You feeling better now?
Still shaky.
My goodness. Because of a very long travel.
Yeah, correct.
Very tight schedule at that time.
I know, yeah, correct.
I'm really sorry to hear that. How's your wife?
My wife too, but the good thing is,
so your wife was also not feeling better now, or?
Yeah, she's still not well. But the good thing is, it happened on the last day of the trip.
I see.
That is the good thing about it.
Not during the trip, right? The last.
Yeah, not during the trip. For the 6 days, we were okay. On the 7th day, we were like not doing okay.
Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. Hopefully, you and your wife will get better soon. So I feel, what is it? Perhaps because of very tight schedule and a long trip, it really caused feeling unwell for you and your wife. Let me ask the committee. Pak Agus Muhammad, the chairperson of the committee today. Pak Agus, how are you, Pak Agus? Hello, Pak Agus, are you there? Mr. Agus Sidik? Hello? Pak Agus?
Ya, oke, Miss. I'm sorry.
Iya, bisa nih, urut pada teka pimen, Lin, sampean. Kia pembicaranya wis pada teka kabeh. Gede-gede kok mahasiswanya, oh. Ini ngomong bahasa Jawa udah pada ngerti loh.
Oh, kayak gue ya, suara apa?
Oh, serius?
Oke, tak
ini
lagi.
Ya, harus ini dong, harus ini apa?
Waktu.
Iya, mereka kan speakersnya udah pada datang.
Iya.
Pak Sidik kan penanggung jawab, jadi harus mahasiswanya kudu tulis pada mereka HP yo.
Ya wes, ya.
Kondisikan apa? Segera Pak.
Oh, ini sudah gabung, Bu. Sebentar.
Ya, pokoknya digede-gede, Pak.
Ya, ini tadi belum diadmit, Bu. Nah, ini sudah ini, Bu. Tadi belum diadmit, sehingga belum pada bisa masuk. Ini sudah mulai masuk semua ini.
Ya, bagus.
Tadi mungkin Jose Lalen ora diadmit.
Kita tinggal tunggu satu lagi ya dari Thailand. Coba let me check ke So, Prof. Nick, have you sent us your PowerPoint?
Not yet.
Yeah, right. Could you send us so I may take it to deliver to the committee?
Can I send it to you? Huh?
Yeah, the WhatsApp, please. My WhatsApp is fine.
How long do we have? I have to talk. 5 minutes? 10
yes,
minutes?
Yes, please. No problem.
Very short talk, huh?
Yeah, it's okay if you send it to me. No problem.
Yeah.
I know you've been tired, so don't worry about that. Let me call Thailand.
Yeah, sent already.
Okay, thank you. I got it. Halo.
Ini salatnya.
Thank you.
Nitip ya?
Iya, makasih ya.
Ya.
So we have 46 now. Ibu Ihda, are you there? Bu Nana, are you there? What time we will start the conference? It should be at 8 o'clock and not
Should we
8.
start right now? Should we start right now?
Depends on the dean.
Yeah, we are waiting for Mr. Dean to come. Sedang berada di panggilan. Yang dari 17 Agustus.
The dean kemana Bu Nana? Maring dibawa Bu Nana.
Iya, tadi di telepon masih dalam panggilan lain, tapi ini sudah dihubungi sama Pak WD2.
Oh, oke. Aku telepon beliau mungkin ya.
Bu, diwakilkan oleh Pak Agus Sidik, langsung berarti laporan dan membuka acara, Pak Agus. Pak. Oh, iya. Pak Agus Firmawan dia. Ya, Pak. Iya, tuh. Iya, Pak. Dr. Yoga, can we start right now?
Yeah, sure.
Okay,
Sure.
yeah.
We are waiting for one speaker from Thailand. But I have got the answers already. I think they will come soon, very soon.
Okay, yeah.
Inshallah.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Rector and Vice Rector Universitas Pancasila Tegal, the Honorable Dean of Faculty of Engineering and Computer Science, Dr. Agus Wibowo, our beloved colleague, Head of Cooperation and International Affairs, Dr. Yoga Prihatin, also distinguished speakers for today's event, Associate Professor Dr. Nick Nagri from Mechanical Engineering Faculty, University Malaya, Malaysia, Associate Professor Dr. Chalong Tusby from Thai Global Business Administration Technology College, Thailand, and Ms. Veronica Peskova, PhD from Moscow City University, Samara, Russia. Ladies and gentlemen, all the participants of Piseco 2022. Also, I'd like to address our co-host for today's event from Universitas Sultan Agung, Universitas Wijaya Kusuma, Universitas Islam Indonesia, and Universitas Katolik Java. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to Piseco 2022. It is such an honor to welcome you here in this event. I am Ida Rosdiana, and I am your host for today's agenda. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this event will be divided into several segments. The first is the opening. The second is singing national anthem. Third is opening prayer. Fourth is welcoming the one. Fifth is plenary session, followed by parallel session, and the last is closing. Ladies and gentlemen, now let us commence this event by saying basmalah. Hadirin, marilah kita buka acara pada pagi hari ini dengan bacaan basmalah bersama-sama. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Next agenda, ladies and gentlemen, please wait for singing national anthem of Indonesia Raya, national anthem of Malaysia, national anthem of Thailand, and national anthem of Russia. Hadirin, dimohon berdiri. Amin.
In your time, what time do you usually wake up?
Well, about 6:30.
6:30, so it should be 1.5 hours, right? Yeah, we do really sorry for, we are really sorry for this inconvenience.
Okay. It's
please be seated. Hadirin, silahkan duduk kembali. The next agenda is the opening prayer and it will be delivered by Mr. Fitrianto. Mr. Fitrianto, please.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, let us pray together to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, to God. A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Hamdan syakirin, hamdan na'imin, hamdan yuafi ni'mah, wa yukafi'u mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu, kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhikal wa 'azimi sultanik. Allahumma sholli ala sayyidina Muhammad, wa ala ali sayyidina Muhammad. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrofil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa ashabihi ajma'in. Rabbana zalamna anfusana wa ilham taghfir lana wa tarhamna lanakununana minal khasirin. Rabbana wala tahmil alaina isran kama hamaltahu ala alladhina min qablina. Rabbana firlana wali walidaina minal muslimina wal muslimat wal mu'minina wal mu'minat innaka ala kulli syai'in qadir. Allahumma inna nas'aluka salamatan fid din wa afiyatan fil jasadi wa ziyadatan fil ilmi wa barakatan bil rizqi wa taubatan qablal maut wa rahmatan indal maut wa barakatan isdal maut. Rabbana zalamna anfusana wa ilham taghfir lana wa tarhamna lanakununana minal khasirin. Rabbighfirli wa li walidayya minal muslimina wal muslimat wal mu'minina wal mu'minat innaka ala kulli syai'in qadir. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Allahumma arinal haqqa haqqa warzuqna tiba'ah wa arinal batila batila warzuqna tinabah. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar. Wa sallallahu ala Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa ashabihi ajma'in. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Mr. Fitrianto. Ladies and gentlemen, now I'd like to call upon the committee chairman of Piseco 2022 to give his speech. Mr. Agus Siddiq, please do. Mr. Agus Siddiq, are you there? Can you please unmute? Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
Sorry.
yeah. Please do.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
To the Honorable Dr. Taufikullah M.Hum, Rektor Universitas Pancasila Tegal, Asok Prof. Dr. Calong Dubsri, Indiana University, Asok Prof. Dr. Insinyur Nik Nazri bin Ghazali, University Malaya, Malaysia, Miss Veronica Petsoya, PhD, Samara Moscow University, and audience, ladies and gentlemen, happy. Praise and gratitude to the presence of Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, God Almighty, for the implementation of an international seminar organized by the Faculty of Engineering and Computer Science, Pancasila Tegal University. It's namely Pancasakti International Conference Engineering and Computer Science 2022 or Piseco 2022. This seminar took the theme Green Manufacture of Providing Sustainable Energy Development. Throughout this seminar, it's hoped the research, lecturer, practitioner, student, and other participants who take part in this seminar will be able to develop natural sustainability by balancing the management of beneficial and sustainable natural energy by realizing the spirit of nationalism for the progress of the nation and state through the resulting scientific work. Ladies and gentlemen, this international seminar and call for paper, Alhamdulillah, invite research from all over Indonesia to present their research paper. There was 20 paper received by the committee to present it at this event. Paper comes from internal, lecturer, student, and paper from external. I would like to express my deepest gratitude to the keynote speaker, research person, and all participants who have supported the implementation of this event. In particular, Rector UPS Tegal, EP UPS Tegal, and call committees who have worked hard to organize this event. Both committees at the university level and committees at the faculty level. I'm sure and believe our hard work will not be in vain. Everything will be blessed by Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. And by saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I open Pancasakti International Conference Engineering and Computer Science 2022 or Piseco 2022. I hope this activity goes will end as successful until beginning. And Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you, ladies. Finally, my Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala always protect and bestow His mercy on us always. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Mr. Agus Siddiq, for opening this agenda. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now we come to our main agenda, the plenary session. And this session will be conducted by Dr. Yoga as the moderator for the next couple of hours. Dr. Yoga, please take it away.
Thank you so much, Ibu Nana, for giving me the opportunity to be a moderator today. It is an honor for me, like always. But before we start our main agenda today, to listen or to hear a short talk of from the speakers, I would like to say hi first for Miss Veronica. Are you there? Hello, Miss Veronica. Are you there? Hello. I think she's not here. Yeah, I mean, she is here, but she's away. And could I say hello to Dr. Talong? Dr. Talong, are you here? Hello. Doctor, are you here? Prof. Nick. Hello, Prof. Nick. So,
I am here.
Miss
had some,
Veronica. Yeah, okay. Miss
I'm sorry, I
Veronica.
just had some problems with Zoom.
It's not a problem. Okay. Have you checked my short message? Would you mind if you are the first speaker today? Because we
Yeah.
just okay.
Yes, it's okay.
Okay, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor for me to introduce our guest speaker today, Ms. Veronica Pestova. But before listening to her talk, I would like to read her short CV, her short profile to all of you so you will know her well. Operator, please help me. Operator, please help me to show her short profile. Miss Veronica Pestova, PhD. Okay, a degree. She got a degree in applied information science in economics, candidates of science, PhD in philology, senior lecturer and head of the Department for Advertising and Communications at Samara campus of Moscow City University. Areas of expertise is linguoculturology, linguosemiotics, linguodidactics, digital technologies in educational sciences, bilingual research in educational science. She has over 15 scientific publications in the CV of linguoculturology, linguodidactics, digital technologies in educational science, and bilingual research. So she's the expert in digital technologies in educational science. That is why she is here with us for being our honorable guest speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the short profile of Ms. Veronica Pestova, PhD. It is an honor for me to invite her, the Honorable Ms. Veronica Pestova. You have 15 minutes to present your presentation stop and then continue with the question and answer for two or three questions. Thank you. Please do.
Thank you very much. I'm really glad to be a part of the conference today, and it is a great pleasure to greet all the participants and speakers. And my topic today is artificial intelligence and Internet of Things in personalized pedagogical education. So let me load the presentation, and please let me know if everything is okay with the demonstration. Can you see the presentation? Is it okay?
Yes, I see.
Thank you. So I'll divide my speech into three small parts. And first, I'll say a few words on the use of artificial intelligence tools in educational process in general, and about the advantage which can be taken of it. Second, I'll speak about the strategic project Digital Didactics launched by our head university, Moscow City University. Third, I'll shortly describe the project we are now working on in Samara branch of Moscow City University, dealing with the personalization of pedagogical education. Digital technologies create new opportunities for solving a wide range of educational tasks, both eternal, which cannot be fulfilled by means of traditional education, and new challenges. One of these challenges can be described as an increasing demand in creating individual learning route for each student. Personalization here is not only the matter of learning speed and levels of data perception. It is mostly about practice-oriented learning and which allows students to get knowledge and skills which will help them in their working activity. In terms of pedagogical education, personalization, if applied correctly, could solve one of the eternal problems, providing future teachers with well-balanced mix of communicative skills and fundamental knowledge of subjects they're going to teach. Sometimes the lack of soft skills can prevent a teacher from making any professional progress, even though his subject knowledge is perfect. That could possibly be a result of one-dimensional learning, not involving personal approaches to unlock real students' potential. At this point, it becomes clear that not only approaches and attitudes need to be changed, the whole educational system needs to be transformed in order to meet the challenges of modern, demanding and digital society. And here is when artificial intelligence can be of great assistance to a human being. When applied in spheres where human participation or supervision is vital, artificial intelligence has three main goals: to replicate human behavior, to model human behavior, and to augment human behavior. In other words, it can assist, improve, and advance what we call traditional educational system. Here is the short list of technologies already used in educational process, including artificial intelligence and Internet of Things. I will not name all of them. You can see them in the screen, and probably they are very familiar to you. Electronic boards, virtual classrooms, augmented reality, virtual reality, and so on. And this suggested list, it is certainly not final, but use cases for artificial intelligence in online learning fall under four main categories. They are in the screen now. That is language recognition and natural language analysis, personalization of online learning based on student preferences and inclinations, virtual or online training, and adaptive learning, which helps to identify and fill gaps in students' knowledge. As a rule, these tools are combined to create the most comfortable and beneficial learning conditions. And here are just a few examples of educational platforms. For example, iSmart online educational platform uses technologies for diagnosing the level of knowledge of a student, identifying gaps on the basis of which an individual learning path can be compiled. In general, artificial intelligence allows to tailor and personalize learning for each student in varying degrees. There is also such a term as hyper-personalization, and it is the development of an individual learning profile and adaptation of materials for each student, depending on his abilities, preferred learning methods, and experience. For example, Belgian schools have introduced the British learning artificial intelligence platform Century Tech into education. The system analyzes students' interests, skill level, and knowledge gaps in order to draw up an individual program. Another successful example is NetEx Learning. It allows teachers to develop digital curricula and contents for different devices, integrating video and audio contents as well. In Russia, artificial intelligence is increasingly being introduced into educational process, but it is quite obvious that the country is really big, and it's rather difficult to create the same technological conditions all over the country. And we understand that the full use of artificial intelligence is impossible without the consistent development of IT infrastructure across the country. And to solve this problem, the federal project Digital Educational Environment is being implemented. And as part of this project, a federal information and service platform for the digital educational environment is created. And we also have a few successful examples of educational platforms. For example, uchi.ru. It's just an interesting fact about Russian language. Uchi in Russian means learn for both teachers and students. If addressed to teachers, it means to teach, and if addressed to students, it means to learn. So that's why the platform is called Uchi. The system automatically selects assignments, sequence of tasks, and complexity level for every child. Each student gets an opportunity to complete the course at a convenient pace with the number of repetitions and practices necessary for him. And we also have another successful example of implementation of digital technologies, Moscow Electronic School. The name is also in the screen, written in Russian, Moscow Electronic School. It has become a major project for the digitalization of education, and it is listed among 100 international educational projects. And it's mostly uses Internet of Things. and integrates electronic educational platforms and combines textbooks, diaries, and assessments. Another important moment here is that Moscow City University, our head university, is now the main operator of Moscow Electronic School, and this fact contributes a lot to the opportunities and scope of extensive research conducted in the university right now. In the research that I'm presenting to you today, we will base upon the advantages which can be taken of artificial intelligence tools in personalizing educational routes of university students acquiring their master's degree, because the students acquiring their master's degree, they are more motivated and they know a little bit more about what they want to get from higher education and what skills they will probably require in their future working activity. And artificial intelligence diagnostic tools involve the use of artificial neural network, which helps to form an individual educational program, facilitating the control and analysis of the educational process. For example, classify and group students by age, level of knowledge, abilities, or inclinations. And now as to the second part of my speech, the research we are now starting is mainly encouraged by the implementation of strategic project Digital Didactics in Moscow City University. And the main goals of the project can be described schematically, as you can see in the screen right now. So the transition from didactics to digital didactics, which supposes the use of digital textbooks, adaptive systems, AR and VR, based on the principle of personalization, and supposes instant learning analytics, forecasting, and decision-making with the use of artificial intelligence systems, as opposed to general didactics, where monitoring and decision-making is based on a limited data amount. As we can see from the scheme, digital didactics aims to provide educational system with the effective tools of data storage and systematization, allowing wide range analysis, thus making learning convenient and available. We can state that digital didactics is based on big data analysis and machine learning algorithms. In addition, the use of augmented reality technologies will ensure the implementation of a set of principles of digital didactics, that is practice-oriented learning, interactive and polymodal education, and what's more important, building student skills in a real working environment, and that is the thing that can be done with the use of augmented and virtual reality, and help students get some opportunity to practice and to see what skills they will need in their real working activity. And now as to the project that we are now starting at Samara campus of Moscow City University, it deals with personalization of pedagogical education using digital technologies. In particular, it is about the introduction of micro courses and modular learning at master's level, as I've already mentioned. And to determine the individual learning path for each student, it is necessary to assess the development of their soft and hard skills. The most effective diagnostic tools in this case are artificial intelligence and machine algorithms. But first, let me try to explain what we mean by micro course in the program of higher education. In terms of any academic discipline, micro course aims to develop a specific skill, pursues one didactic goal at a time, for example, to master some specific concept or a stage of some technological process, so one thing at a time. It contains theoretical material, practical tasks, and tests, and may consist of several short parts, but no more than 20 minutes in total. Together with virtual reality and augmented reality technologies and immersive learning, micro-learning formats are among the main trends in the EdTech market today. They are based on the approach in which students receive new information in small portions and then repeat it regularly. The implementation of the project in Samara campus of Moscow City University is supposed to be due to the development of personalized microcourses for graduate students. First, they will be launched as electives, and then as the relevant regulatory framework is developed, it will be possible to include them in the main curriculum. In order to build an effective model that meets the requirements of both students and teachers, we intend to conduct a sociological study, which will include several parts dealing with students' willingness and readiness to proceed to personalized form of learning, their feedback on existing approaches to organizing postgraduate studies, their view of how microcourses could be arranged and how online learning could be improved or transformed. Therefore, our research methods include observation, survey, and focus groups. In our research, we are now at the stage of collecting material, observation, and service structuring, and maybe next time, if I get a chance to be a part of your conference again, I'll be ready to present some detailed results of the research. And as for now, we drawing on the data we have already searched and analyzed, we can present a possible model of personalized educational process as follows, as you can see in the screen. So it starts with diagnostics of students' capabilities in terms of personalization, which should involve artificial intelligence. Then the detailed procedure, including anticipated results and general schedule. The course itself, which will include basic subjects in the form of micro courses, not less than 50% of them should be selected. Additional subjects, at 20% of them should be selected, and we leave 30% for students' initiative learning. So those courses which students will find useful for their future career. We get individual learning schedule, and finally, the assessment of the results achieved according to the procedure created at the previous stages. Successful implementation of such a model highly depends on the balance between regulatory frameworks, competence of teachers and lecturers, and students' readiness to make their educational way in such a format and take all the advantage of it. But we should also take into consideration several important issues which make the implementation of this model quite disputable. First, microcourses should not adversely affect basic and fundamental knowledge which students expect to acquire in the course of higher or postgraduate education. And second, universities may not be able to meet all their IT requirements to create an effective online education environment. Consequently, there could be a lack of competent specialists ready to accept new educational formats and standards. But with the trend that we are now observing in the sphere of online education in Russia is the cooperation of universities and development companies, which will allow both of them to create a balance of technological equipment and opportunities and fundamental knowledge. And Moscow City University is also joining consortiums and taking part in progressive projects so that trends could be successfully enter the educational process. And as the conclusion, I can name the main goals of the research conducted in Samara campus of Moscow City University. First, to elicit students' attitude toward personalized pedagogical education in the form of microcourses, and we use sociological studies here, as I've said, to develop an effective model of personalized education with reference to digital didactics, including relevant procedure of how these principles will be embedded into existing learning approaches, and to evaluate possible results of implementation. One of the main obstacles to the introduction of artificial intelligence in educational practices is the lack of sufficient amount of available and reliable data for training models. But we hope that the introduction of digital platform standards for data storage and use at the state level will help eliminate this problem. Thank you for your attention. It's all I had to say, and ready to answer the questions.
Thank you so much, Ms. Veronika Pestova, or Ms. Pestova, for your excellent presentations today about personalized pedagogical educations in Samara campus. So this is the result of your research, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Okay. How long have you been researching for doing this research? And how long have you been doing this research?
As I've said already, we are now just at the beginning. We are at the stage of collecting material, observation, and survey structuring. We started just in spring, at about May. If if I have a chance, I'll present detailed information a bit later if you are interested in it. But now we're just starting.
Oh, just starting the research. Okay. Well, so the result of your research, you will find out the students' attitude of the personalized pedagogical education in Samara campus. So it means because you have just started the research, so you have not found the result yet for being presented here. So my question is, I see there are problems, some problems over there that the not all university meet the requirement, the IT requirements. What do you mean by the IT requirements here?
Well, I mean that both, not only just technological equipment, because the pandemic had made probably all universities to try and meet the technological requirements in terms of equipment, computers, and so on. It's mostly about the competence of specialists and the readiness of lecturers and teachers and university staff to transfer to this digital reality and to transfer to the whole educational system based on digital technologies. But I think it is inevitable, and that's why this is just now it is the time of transformations, and in different countries the level of this transformation is just different. So somewhere it's more technologically developed. In some countries it's just less technologically developed. So that's why I say that it's possible that not all universities are just ready to accept these transformations and to adjust to them quickly. So that's what I mean.
Okay, thank you so much. So I would like to, well, I have so many questions actually, but let the participants, I would like to see the participants whether they have questions or not. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, Bapak Ibu, ada pertanyaan nggak ya untuk Miss Pestova, sorry. Halo Bapak Ibu, pertanyaan boleh dalam bahasa Indonesia. Saya beri kesempatan cuma 2 aja, nggak usah banyak-banyak. Karena kita nanti akan mendengarkan next speaker. Adakah yang bertanya? Atau mungkin dari Pak Agus, Ketua Panitia, harusnya ada yang nanya dong. Masih dimanja. Atau yang lain, coba. This is a very rare moment that you have Miss Pestova here to deliver her talk about her research that she has just started. So maybe you are curious to know what kind of personalized pedagogical educations digitalizations in Samara campus, for example. Halo, silakan, ada yang bertanya nggak?
Excuse me, Miss.
Oh yeah, please, Mas Rizky Agung. Okay, thank you so much.
I have any question, but I'm sorry, my English is so.
No problem. No problem.
I have any questions to Miss Veronica.
Mm-hmm.
How to do education personalization if it has been done, but it always fails? What to do, whether to repeat it again or look for a new method, and what are the examples and whether it should be successful or not? Thank you, Miss.
Could you get the point of the questions?
I'm not sure that I am.
I'm not sure. Okay. So, Mas Rizky Agung, could you repeat in a very short phrase? Pertanyaan pokoknya intinya apa?
How about is education personality kan? Personalization is not really successful, but what is new method to personality? How apa ya? To successful in
Oke, so bagaimana metode apa namanya ini metode terbaru untuk successful learning gitu ya maksudnya?
ya biar tahu biar bisa.
Okay. Miss Pestova, let me help you. He asked you because you in your research you are going to find a new perhaps a new method in teaching the students using digitalizations or a personalized pedagogical education. So in your point of view, of course, because you have not the result the research has not yet found. So perhaps in your assumption or in your point of view, so what kind of method that will be effectively implemented in a teaching learning process in Samara campus? Thank you.
As I've said, that we are planning to implement the form of micro courses, so the short courses for each discipline. So there is an academic discipline, for example, mathematics, let us say that, and we take this discipline and create several short group of courses, including little courses in them, so that the student will be able to master every part of this program more successfully. So he will be able to have about 20 minutes just for one concept, for example, and he would have theoretical material, practice, and tests to master one concept. As I've said, that micro course supposes that we use one didactic goal at a time. So we don't have a lecture for like an hour with many concepts in it. We have a short course for each small part of the big one, if it's clear, so that students will be able to master it gradually and more effectively and at a speed which is convenient for him, and with so many practices as he needs, not just as it is usually done right now, that students get a lot of material and they have to work it out themselves, and not all of them get enough information, enough understanding. And here, if we speak about personalization, each student gets a chance to do it at his own speed, and using these micro courses, we will try to make this knowledge more precise, and the skills that they get, they will be more practice oriented. Well, that is the idea. If I had the question right.
Okay, so let me ask first. So personalized here means in a very specific course.
Yes, a specific and short course. So as I've showed the model in my presentation, the course itself will consist of 3 parts. The basic parts, so the fundamental subjects, which we are not able to change, and which we shouldn't change, because higher education is based on some fundamental knowledge, of course, but we leave a small part for students' initiative and for the courses which he can choose himself for getting the skills that he supposes will be more useful for his future career.
Oh, okay. So it will be adjusted to the student's interest.
Yes, to the students' interest, to students' abilities and inclinations, and to skills. So he won't need to get double skills, if I can say, if I can put it this way. So as we get now, we can study and study the same things at different times, the things that we don't really need anymore. And here he would study the things he really needs to study.
Okay, thank you so much for the explanations.
Thank you.
Jadi Mas Rizky Agung, ini personalized education ini nanti tentunya dengan model digital ya di sana ya. Memang researchnya belum ini, tapi kira-kira belum ada hasilnya, tapi kira-kira nanti disesuaikan dengan short course, disesuaikan dengan students, kemampuan siswa juga, interest itu apa bahasa, minat dan kemampuan serta bakat siswa. Jadi lebih spesifik tapi menggunakan digitalisasi gitu, Mas Agung. Nah, kalau sekarang belum diterapkan, maksudnya ada ongoing. Jadi kita mau tahu hasilnya kayak apa.
Berarti masih konsep seperti itu.
Ya?
Berarti masih konsep seperti itu.
Diterapkan, bukan masih konsep, sedang diterapkan dan ini menunggu hasilnya.
Oh,
iya. Ya, jadi kira-kira ya di dalam pikiran beliau kayaknya lebih sukses gitu, karena kita belum lihat ada hasil risetnya tadi kan, baru mulai riset, tapi sudah diterapkan. Itu ya Mas Rizky Agung.
Ya, terima kasih.
Yeah,
thank you so much.
Thank you. Do I have more questions? One more, please, if there is. But if not, we have a questions from Muhammad Khairul Anam. Di era Muhammad Khairul Anam, are you here? Artificial intelligence, Miss Pestova would like to. We are entering the 5 generations. Artificial intelligence. The question is, okay, how to avoid the bad effect of the artificial intelligence? Thank you. How to avoid the bad effect? Is there any bad effect? And if yes, then how to avoid the bad effect of the artificial intelligence? Thank you.
The bad, what is meant by bad effect? You mean environmentally or just?
Perhaps you can say environmentally or personally. It's okay.
First of all, of course, there is always such a thing that human beings are afraid that artificial intelligence is supposed to substitute them in their work, but I think that's not quite correct. The thing is that we should take advantage of this cooperation between a human being and artificial intelligence. If we are able to create this effective cooperation, we will be able to avoid the bad environmental effects too, because the technological and digital processes, they would be more effective, and they will spare people's time, and maybe the use of technologies will be more organized if it's done correctly. But of course, there are a lot of disputable issues here, and maybe right now human beings are not ready to take the whole advantage of the use, but in educational process, I think that if we use diagnostic tools for creating personalized educational routes just to diagnose their capabilities of students, I think that we could reach the most positive effect of it, as teachers and lecturers get more time to use for their own activities, and students will be able to study using just digital technologies. But as I've said, the question is quite disputable, and this is actually the question of how people could change their attitudes and how they get ready to live together with artificial intelligence, because I personally think that we are not able to avoid this transition in the future.
Okay, so the point is people, because this is an unavoidable, or we cannot avoid this, so people must be ready for, the attitude should be changed to
Yes.
accept the
Yes, that's
artificial
correct.
intelligence.
And the cooperation should be reached between technologies and people, so that, as I've said, that artificial intelligence aims not to substitute a human being, but to improve or advance that what's done by people, and somehow to help them to work more effectively. Well, that's my point of view.
Okay. So that will have more positives on the human being rather than negative impacts. Okay.
Yes.
Oke, jadi Mas Muhammad Hairul Anam, jadi ini kan sesuatu yang tidak bisa dihindari, mau tidak mau kita harus siap dengan artificial intelligence. Menurut Miss Pestova ini bad effect-nya hampir mungkin minus ya, semuanya more or less lebih ke positive impact karena improving human beings quality in general. Secara umum mengimprove human resources secara umum ya, membantu kita. Jadi kalau kita bad effect-nya adalah jika kita tidak siap ya, jadi kita harus siap dengan artificial intelligence karena tidak bad effect-nya hampir sangat tidak ada ya, gitu menurut beliau Mas Muhammad. Jadi cara menghindarinya ya, Anda harus siap, kita harus siap dengan adanya artificial intelligence ini. Begitu, Mas Muhammad Hairul Anam, ada nggak sih orangnya ya? Okay. Well, thank you so much. We have one more, the last one. How to match? You can read in a chat box, then you can answer directly. Yeah. How to match it?
Well, actually, if I had a question if I had an answer to this question, we probably will not have to do any research, because this is actually the main question, how to match human intelligence with artificial intelligence. And this is the big question which needs participation of a lot of scientists, I think, that and in different spheres to create this possible solution for the cooperation, because in some spheres it's already reached, and actually in education I would say that it's probably one of the most successful spheres where human intelligence is intelligence, because as I gave some examples, it's used to help lecturers and teachers create, because a teacher, as we understand, he is not able to evaluate the whole all of the students and to classify them or to create some learning material which will be suitable for all of the students. And artificial intelligence helps here to classify students by their inclinations, by their abilities, and thus it helps a teacher to make his teaching process more effective. And here in education, I think it's rather balanced, but in other spheres, this is quite disputable. And the question is correct. And thank you for the question, because I would like to know the answer too.
Okay. Jadi ini sebuah pertanyaan besar ya. Siapa di situ tadi yang nanya ya? Beliau juga, ini pertanyaan besar yang butuh research lebih lanjut. Pak Subiakto ya, butuh research yang lebih detail, further research to ask your question, to answer your question. I think Pak Subiakto, you know well, because I know your English is very good. Pak Subiakto, dimunculkan dong, please operator, dimunculkan Pak Subiaktonya biar dia langsung yang interaction. Halo Pak Subiakto.
Ya, halo.
Ya, okay. Does that answer the question?
Kalau bahasa Indonesia kan memori dari kecerdasan buatan kan berbeda dengan memori dari manusia. Jadi tergantung apa? The memory of man and artificial intelligence is different.
Ya, Bapak tadi sudah dijawab.
Iya. Tapi jadi, bagaimana cara mengisi memorinya gitu? Jadi apakah disesuaikan dengan kebutuhan
masa depan ya?
Tadi sudah dijawab nggih Bapak, itu juga pertanyaan besar untuk Miss Pestova. Jadi harus ada berbagai disiplin ilmu, kan tadi bilang itu untuk riset lebih lanjut mengenai pertanyaan Bapak gitu. Jadi memang apa namanya, beliau tidak bisa menjawab banyak karena ya tadi dibutuhkan dari berbagai disiplin ilmu untuk menjawab pertanyaan Bapak, karena beliau juga bertanya hal yang sama dengan Bapak gitu tadi kan ya. Oke.
Terima kasih. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Pak Subiakto. Thank you for the questions. I'm happy you are here joining us today. Good morning, Pak Subiakto. Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of the first speaker presentations. Thank you for the question and answer. I'm very happy, and it is a great honor for us again, Ms. Pestova, that you are with us today. If you have a different agenda, you may leave our Zoom meeting today, our conference today, but if you would like to stay until the end of the sessions, it is also a great honor for us. It really depends on you. I believe you've been very busy today. I think you are busy today. You will be very busy. So thank you for today. Thank you so much for being with us today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nice. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's allow me to invite the second honorable speaker, our second honorable speaker today. But I would like to ask, because between the two speakers are Prof. Nick and Dr. Chalong. Dr. Chalong, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Would you mind if you are the second speaker?
No problem, but I think if you can share the slide for me, it will be okay.
Yes, sure. We will try to help you.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Oh, great. Thank you so much, Dr. Chalong, for being here. Ladies and gentlemen, before we hear his short talk about the topic that he would like to present, I would like to read his short CV. Okay, Associate Professor Dr. Chalong Tubsri. Correct me if my pronunciation is wrong in mentioning your name.
It's okay.
Okay, correct. Thank you. Area of interest: instructional design, computer in education, educational physiology, human resources development, scholarship and awards, UNESCO, UNDP fellowships, 1980-1981 to study for MS in instruction system technology program at Indiana University Bloomington. He is from Thai Global Business Administration Technology College, Thailand, and Universitas Pancasakti Tegal has signed the MOU with Thai Global Business Administration Technology College, Thailand. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor for me to welcome Dr. Chalong to present his PowerPoint. Please do. Operator, help him to present the PowerPoint. Operator, Mas Operator, dibantuin untuk PowerPoint-nya. Thank you. Dioperasikan. Beliau minta dioperasikan oleh operator. Hold a second, Dr. Chalong. Operator. Mas Operator, hello. Mas
Hello, ma'am. Yes, we're working on it.
Okay.
Just a moment.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm trying to change my background, but I cannot change my background to the physical.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay. No problem.
Okay, it's coming.
Yes, I think it's started now.
Okay, I think it's coming.
Okay, Miss Yoga.
Yes, please.
Is it clear?
Dr. Carlo, could you please start your presentation? Thank you.
Okay. Yoga, could you repeat again what did you want me to do?
Would you like to start the presentations? Dr.
Okay,
Carlo?
okay.
Thank you.
I will start with the
Yes,
slide
please.
number 1, right? Okay. The topic of mine is the challenges, the challenge of neuroscience. Okay, the first slide. Can you go back to the first slide, please? Okay. Okay, the challenges of the neuroscience to human learning. I think the connection between the topic of my topic is that we think that if we can use the neuroscience for education, so we can save a lot of energy. We can save a lot of electricity and all of those natural resources if we can do the way the neuroscience is going to do. Okay, that is the point, that how does it relate to the green manufacturing for providing sustainable energy development. So this is the connection, but I do not talk much in the slide presentation. Okay, let's see the scope of my presentation. The first point we'll talk about the neuroscience. The second part will be the learning. The third one is the Neuralink. Neuralink actually is a project from Elon Musk, but that is the good example of the the topic that I am trying to convince everyone. And number 4 is the possible applications, and the last one is the challenges. Okay, let's go to the neuroscience. When we talk about the neuroscience refers to the scientific study of the nervous system. But when we talk about neuroscience, that means that we use neuroscience connect with engineering, with computer science, and all of those related connection that will help the learning. Okay. It is the neuroscience is a multidisciplinary science. It combines many disciplines such as anatomy of the brain, developmental biology, computer science, and psychology. And actually, it's more than this. But I just named just few of them. Okay, the neuroscience try to understand the biological basis of memory, behavior, perception, and consciousness. And everything is talk about the learning. All of those things like psychology, memory, behavior, perception, and consciousness. Is it the part of the learning system of people in the brain? So my paper introduced the way that we can link the knowledge or the information from computer into human brain. If we can do that, we do not need to spend time for educate people. We do not need to spend energy. We do not need to spend a lot of money in order to develop people from the beginning into the adulthood and into the learn situation. So this is the thing. Okay, thank you. I think I appreciate for the admin that try to help me. Okay, good. Learning. Okay, when we talk about learning, Learning is defined differently according to the different learning theory. Okay, well, at least I I present to learning theory, and but the theory that I will use for explaining my paper is the cognitive learning theory. But right now, normally in the education field, when we talk about learning, actually we look at at least two learning theory. One is behavioral learning theory. The behavioral learning theory is they believe that the psychologists in behavioral learning theory believe that learning is the permanent change of behavior that results from the experience. So normally the behavioral learning theory, they believe in stimulus and response. So the learning is developed by stimulus, and the way the people react to the stimulus we call response. Normally the behavioral learning theory believe in stimulus and response, and the stimulus and response will make the permanent change of behavior. The behavior that we need, or the learning behavior, will be permanently stored in the person. So we call the experience. So the experience is from the behavior. If we do something right, and if the person is reinforced, the behavior will be stored or will be permanently stored in the person. So that is the behavioral learning theory. But the behavioral learning theory cannot explain what is going on in the brain. So I do not consider behavioral learning theory as the part that relate to my presentation. Okay, please next. Okay, the theory that relate to my presentation is the cognitive learning theory. The cognitive learning theory is the mental process of the brain relating to perceiving, attending, thinking, language, and memory. So the cognitive learning theory, it explains what is going on in the brain. The way the human learn is actually, I should say, the way the computer work is exactly the way the human learn. So the computer work the way that the brain is working. So my proposal or my suggestion is that if we can do the link between the computer signal into the human brain signal, if we can transfer the information from the computer, actually, and the computer right now, we would think of the AI like what Dr. Pestova has suggested, that we use AI, and the AI is supposed to be the better one. But so we install the information from the AI into our brain. So we do not need to spend a lot of time to do the learning. So in that case, we can save a lot of energy. Okay, next please. Okay, when we talk about the learning between the computer and the brain, let me introduce a little bit about the brain and anatomy. The brain is a complex organ that controls thought, memory, emotion, touch, motor skill, vision, breathing, temperature, hunger, and every process that regulate our body. This is the thing that the brain do, but I think my proposal will not have anything much to do about emotion, touch, or motor skill. But in the near future, everything that the brain do, I believe that the computer can do as well, like emotion. When we talk about AI, I'm not sure whether we think that AI has emotion or not. But right now, we found that the AI can have emotion as well. It can have feeling as well. And I think that maybe the 5th generation of AI, maybe the 6th generation of AI can do even more than what human can do. And I think from last time that we have discussion that how can we mix, or how can we elaborate between the human intelligence and AI intelligence, and that is the part that maybe it can be solved with my proposal. What we call is the neural link. We link the brain signal with the computer signal and let them do their work among themselves. So those are the things that it could happen in the near future. Okay, this is the brain anatomy. Next, please. Okay, I show you the brain cell. If you look at the picture, you can see that there's the node of the cell. Those cells, if we ask ourselves, how can the brain connect with the computer signal? Actually, when the brain cell work, it sends electrical signal from one cell to another cell as well. So the way the brain cell work is the way of the computer memory work as well. So since the brain cell utilize electrical signal, the computer use electrical signal. So the two, the brain cell and the computer, can connect through the electrical signal as well. So in our brain, we have a lot of memory in our brain. Maybe we call maybe 100 gigabyte as a brain cell, but in reality, we have a lot of brain cell, but we did not use all of those brain cells. People say that we use only 20% of the brain cell available in our brain, and the rest is not used. In this case, if we can connect our brain cell with the computer signal, maybe our brain can do more than what we can do right now. Okay, go ahead, please. Next. Okay, we have the brain cell and also the brain signal. Each cell will send the signal from one cell to another cell, connect to our body organs. So those are, so when the brain cell works, so they send the signal. They send the signal from one brain and from one cell to another cell. But the signal can go much faster than what we think. But however, the brain signal does not travel as fast as the signal from the computer. But it's still, the two, the brain signal still can connect with the computer signal, even though the speed of the brain signal can travel much slower than the computer signal. Go ahead, please. Okay, this is the what we call neural signal. The neural signal is the way that the brain cell send the signal from one to another cell. So from the picture, we can say the structure of the neuron. The neuron is the brain signal, the brain cell. So each brain cell will have many parts. On those parts have different functions. But anyway, each signal, each cell will have the part that control the signal, and they send the signal from one cell to another cell. Okay, go ahead, please. Okay, when we talk about a human brain and computer brain, now when computer brain, we can say the CPU. The human brain, actually, we think about the thing that contained in our head. Okay, human brain versus computer CPU. Okay, in terms of human brain is at high IQ level, but the CPU is said have no IQ. But I think when we say that CPU has no IQ, if for the AI, artificial intelligence, it may have some rejection of this notion, because right now the AI can learn by itself. But anyway, it depends on how do we define the IQ. If we define the IQ the way the computer works, I think the computer has much more IQ than people, because the computer can know almost everything. The way we measure the IQ, actually we measure all round people, all round the ability of the people, but the computer can do a lot more than the human brain can do. So, but anyway, this is the proposal that right now the human brain has IQ, but computer has no IQ. This is the question, and I may not be able to provide the justification. Okay, how about human brain? The human brain sometimes slow, but for the computer brain, when we talk, when I say computer brain, it means CPU, the computer CPU. That basically it's fast, much faster than the human brain. Okay, human brain can develop CPU, but for the computer brain, reduce human effort. But to me, I would like to add that in the near future, the computer brain or the CPU can also develop the CPU as well. Okay, for human brain, based on emotion, feeling, and natural intelligence. Okay, but for the computer brain, based on algorithm, pseudocode, commands, and artificial intelligence. But one thing it talk about artificial intelligence. If it is real artificial intelligence, maybe later on the algorithm, pseudocode, command may not be true anymore. So this is the challenge from the AI as well, because I think the comparison between brain and computer, this one has been for some time. So right now the difference will be not much. Okay, go ahead, please. Next slide, please. Okay, the brain and computer. Okay, we have, we believe that our brain will have about 10 billion cells. But in computer, we have one CPU. But right now, one CPU may not be enough. I think we have, right now, we can have more than one CPU. We can do parallel work, but maybe someone may still call one CPU. Okay. The processor complexity from the brain is simple, inaccurate. For the brain, normally, when we process information, we process in the simple way and many times inaccurate. But for the computer, the way the computer work, the CPU work is more complex and accurate. So this is quite clear that when we talk about inaccurate and accurate, I think the computer can do better than the human brain, but it doesn't mean that the computer brain or the computer CPU is better than human brain. It doesn't say that. Okay, the processor speed in human brain, it can process information slow in milliseconds, but for the computer, it's much faster. It can process the information in a nanosecond, and in the near future, when we have quantum computer, it will be much even faster. Okay, interprocessor communication, and the brain can connect fast, but for the connection in the CPU is slower than the human brain. Learning mode from the human brain is learn from experience. For the computer manual programming, in the near future, the computer may not be manual programming anymore. Failure robustness. Many nerves die without drastic effect. But for the computer, single fault often lead to system failure. Okay, those are the failure. Memory organization of the brain, content addressable, but for the computer is location addressable. Okay. So this is the two things that is different between the human brain and computer brain. The human brain store information accordingly to the content, but the computer CPU store the memory in a location. They put in the memory in exact location for the computer, but not the brain. Okay, go ahead, please. Brain and computer interface. This is the topic. Okay, if we believe that if we can connect human brain to the computer, and also if we can connect the computer signal into the brain. So if we can do that, my topic is the human learning. So when people learn, they store information in the brain and they spend a lot of time to develop those information in the brain and what we call learn. But if we can connect the information, especially from the AI into the brain, we can save a lot of time, save a lot of energy for letting human learn from the childhood into adulthood and into the working situation. Okay, next please. Okay, Neuralink. The Neuralink, this is the case that I would like to suggest that right now we have only one company that developed the human brain connecting with the computer. So the name of the company is neural link. The neural link is owned by Elon Musk. I think everyone knows Elon Musk. He is one of those who are the innovative person, and without him, we may not have many things, including the EV car, including the dream of going to the Mars. And I think he's one who initiated the new thing. So I admire him a lot for Elon Musk. Okay. The Neuralink proposed, actually not proposed, he's doing it right now, implanting a computer chip into the brain. Okay. The Neuralink company is the company that implant a computer chip. Actually, computer chip actually is the AI chip, okay, the artificial intelligence chip into the brain. The chip communicate and exchange information with the brain. So if we can store the learned information in the computer chip, and also let the chip exchange the information with the brain. So in this case, the brain can learn from the computer chip, from the AI, without having to spend a lot of time. I think right now we stay in school for more than 10 years, 12 years at least, or maybe 15 years, or maybe someone may get into 16, 17, even they go after they go to the university, and if they want to go farther to the doctorate degree, it's maybe 20 years in school. We can reduce the time spent from getting to school 15 years, 20 years, and put everything into the computer chip and implant into the brain. We can save a lot of time. So this is it will be on the discussion later on. Okay, go ahead, please. Okay, and the brain-computer interface possible applications. The possible application of BCI. BCI is brain-computer interface. One thing that it had been doing for a long time is helping neural impaired patients. Okay. For those who cannot hear well, or they cannot use their brain because their brain has a problem or whatever, it helps. Okay, let the person can move, let the person can do a lot of things without the Neuralink or without the BCI. The patient, the impaired patient, cannot do anything. Okay, the possible implication of BCI is entertainment, specifically games. When we play game right now, we do not put ourselves into the real situation. But if we use the BCI, we will be in the real situation in the game. And also the application right now, the military, the security application in the military, if we can connect our brain with the computer, we can sense, the computer can see, can hear, can feel. And also in the security application, if we use the brain-computer interface, we can do a lot of things in terms of security application. Or also safety application, like in the manufacturing. Normally in the manufacturing, the accident, normally the accident in the manufacturing is caused from human error. If we can connect the brain with the computer, maybe we can reduce human error. So those are the things. Okay. Okay. Next, please. Okay. The challenges to learning. The learning directly related to performance. Okay. The more a person learns, the better performance the person achieves. So the people is the most valuable assets of an organization, but the organization invests the most money to develop people in the organization through education and training. If we can use computer brain-computer interaction, we can save a lot of time, save a lot of money to develop the person. The BCI can help people learn faster and cheaper, and also it can preserve energy as well. Okay, go ahead, please. Okay, the challenges to learning. The human preference is the result of learning. The BCI challenges that the learning does not need to spend a lot of time. Before that time, we spend a lot of time go to school, but if we use the BCI, maybe we can save a lot of time, save a lot of energy as well. The learning will be much cheaper compared to the past. And that is the challenge of the learning. Next, please. Okay, the challenge to the learning. The BCI can do a tailor-made. Okay, and this is the thing that I think that should be the main interest here. The BCI can do a tailor-made learning for different work positions. It can develop people for specific tasks. For example, like right now in any company, in any organization, we want the smartest person, or sometimes we call that talented person, to be the successor. And to develop the talent employee is not easy. And sometimes it cannot find it. For example, like if we want to have a person like Elon Musk, we have only one in the world so far. But how about if we can get the information, maybe we try to download the talent from Elon Musk into a chip. And also, and after that, we implant the chip into the person. So we expect that the person will have the talent like Elon Musk. How is that? Would it be possible? Will Elon Musk allow other people to do that? Will Elon Musk want to be the only one in the world, or do we have 10,000 of Elon Musk in the world? So if we think that the world should be progress faster than this, I think maybe we should have more than one Elon Musk. Okay, next one. Not only. Sorry, go back to the last slide, please. The career manager. If we want to develop the manager, we can tailor-made, making the chip, collecting all the ability of the manager put into the chip and implant the chip for the manager. And okay, if we want to develop the person with the problem-solving expert, we can implant, we can store the information into the chip and put into the brain. But when we talk about putting into the brain, it doesn't mean that we have to implant. We can connect the human brain with the computer by implanting or by connecting the wire, or maybe wireless connection. Okay, and if we want to get the best designer, we also can implant the chip with the one who had the designing ability. So we will get almost everything. So that's what we call the tailor-made. So in this case, we can do the curriculum, put the curriculum different curriculum for different kind of people into different chip. And we connect the chip with the human brain. This is quite interesting. This is the challenging things that will happen in the near future. Okay, next phrase. Conclusion, the neuroscience play important role to learning, specifically brain-computer interaction, or sometimes we call brain-computer interface. The brain-computer interface can change the world of learning. It will disrupt the functioning of traditional education institutions. Will school, college, or university still exist in the future? This is the thing that we should ask ourselves. If we can let human learn by connecting the chip or the computer with the brain, will university, school, or college still exist in the future? Can we trust? This is the thing that Dr. Pestova has answered, and also the participant has questioned this part also. Can we trust that the AI chip think in line with the way we think? But to me, to the question to Dr. Pestova, I believe that we should think that the way people think may not be accurate compared to AI, but anyway, the humans still think that they are the one who always right. But the AI is not right, because AI doesn't behave with the way that people think. So we, in the near future, maybe we will do the thing that is more rational than what it is right now. Okay, this is my conclusion to my presentation. I'm not sure how much time do I spend. Maybe I finished all the time already. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chalam, for your excellent presentations about neurological system, right? In learning, especially. I would like to ask the participants before I ask the question, of course, if there are participants who would like, I'm sorry, asking you. Oh, Pak Subiarto lagi, okay. But Dr. Subiarto, could you say directly to Dr. Chalam here, operator, please, Pak Subiarto?
I saw the question, but it disappeared quite fast. I cannot pick up all the information.
I would like to ask Dr. Yoga, asking me.
Yeah, you have said that
I'm not the presenter here. Okay.
You have said that computer brains can be used for security and for human
safety. Mm-hmm.
Can a computer be programmed? If we use a computer, then we feel tired. Then the computer tells us that the human brain is tired.
Why it's it?
Okay. So is that the question or is that translation?
Dr. Chalam, yeah, please, very simple question, I think.
Yes, I think he can answer.
I got the answer already.
Yeah. I think one thing, I agree with you that the human get tired easily, and human actually is erroneous. A lot of error result from human decision. If we use the computer, the safety, for example, like when we make decision, normally the computer will not be tired. Normally, and for the human error, is one thing is result from the tired. If you are tired, you have a lot of accidents. But if we rely on computer, the computer doesn't seem to be tired. and computer doesn't have any feeling. So I think it judged by the exact situation, not from the emotion, from the hatred, from the dislike, whatever. So I think the judgment from the computer can save, can prove or can prevent can prevent the accident. That's for sure.
Pak Subiakto, does that answer your questions? I don't need to translate because your English is good enough. Okay?
Oke. Coba yang pakai bahasa Indonesia. Tadi dikatakan bahwa ada link apa nervous ya, gugup ya, nervous apa?
Saraf ya. It's about saraf, sistem saraf, Pak.
Apa? Neural link ya.
Ya, itu sistem saraf.
Nervous and apa? Consciousness ya. A computer has no soul, but human brain have soul.
Emotion. Yeah, emotion.
And emotion.
Yeah.
There is no link, or can you explain about the difference brain, human brain from of human and brain of computer?
Yeah, that is okay. Dr. Subiakto, if I'm not mistaken, I'm so sorry to interrupt. If I'm not mistaken, Dr. Chalong already present the difference between human brain and computer brain, CPU and human brain. So it's already answered in the presentation. Am I right, Dr. Chalong?
Yes. At least 2 slides.
Presentasinya tadi. Okay. Thank you so much, Pak Subiakto. Thank you for the questions, but it is already in the presentations. The answer is already there. Well, we have one more questions, Dr. Chalong. Hussein, Mas Hussein, please do quickly. Yeah.
Okay, so boleh dimatikan.
Sebentar, saya matikan.
Wait a second. Okay, so I would like to ask, but before I ask the question, thank you so much for your explanation, Dr. Salong, about the computer brain and human brain that already compared. Before that, I love to hear it so much. And my question is, what is your opinion about the healthy issue if the computer implant on the brain? Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. To me, I do not think that the implanting the computer chip into the brain is the safest thing. But according to Elon Musk is the person who like the technology, and also I think you can see that in the Western society, many people just like to implant a lot of chip into their body. But I think implanting the chip into the brain, it may not be a good idea to me and for us, for the Eastern society. But I think instead of implanting, we can connect physically outside, for example, like go to wireless or whatever. But the one thing is that if we let the computer control human brain, it may have problem with the human behavior, because when we behave, the people do not behave logically actually, and if we do, the computer make the judgment, we may have problem with we may have war with computer, because human does not have the logic as the computer. So that is my thing. But I hope that we may need to understand. In the former time, maybe 30, 40 years ago, in the Western society, they have the term dehumanize. I'm not sure whether you have heard of, right? Dehumanize, that it happened before, when we start having computer, we start having a machine, and human behave the way the human do. But the computer behave the logical way. So the human cannot work with the computer well. So we have the term, by that time we have the term dehumanize. That means trying to make yourself more logic. And I think right now we may need to have another term. I don't know what term that we need to try to understand the computer, and we need to understand ourselves, what kind of behavior that we should change. For example, trust, selfishness, responsibility. Those are the things that people try to excuse themselves all the time when they come into the problem. So I think that those are the things that human may need to change as well.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Salah. I love to hear it.
Thank you so much for.
Oh, pengennya dibantu Anggita, gak mau bantu lu. Oh iya.
Operator, could you mute the other participants, please? Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Chalong, we have come to the end of your presentations. Thank you for the participants, distinguished participants, Pak Subiakto, Pak Mas Hussein, for asking the questions for Dr. Chalong. My last question: who will be the the next Elon Musk, or which country? Just quickly answering the question. because you asked hopefully we will have 2 or 3 Elon Musk. So which country will produce, not producing, will have the next Elon Musk, in your point of view?
I think if we do not, if we have too many, it will not be good. But I think maybe few, 1 in the Eastern society or 2 in the Eastern society, and maybe few in the Western society. And I think we can think this way. Elon Musk is the capitalism. Okay.
Yes, I know.
He think the way to earn money or whatever. But for us, we are in the Eastern society, like Indonesia. I think in the near future, Indonesia economic will be quite a big economy in the near future. So I'm not sure whether we should go along with the capitalism, or we should go with another philosophy of economic philosophy. But if we go with Elon Musk, it will be the capitalist for every country.
Okay, okay, thank you. It's just, but whether you have not answered the question, in which country? Okay, a very fast answer. Well, anyway, thank you so much, Dr. Chalong, for being here. We are greatly honored. I have WhatsApp to Dr. Pratana Sirsa for saying thank you so much for appointing you to be our honorable guest speaker today. For your excellent presentations, we learn a lot from you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite, it is an honor, of course, for me to invite our next honorable speaker, Professor Nick Nazri. But before we hear his presentations, short presentation in 10 minutes, I would like to read his personal short CV. Operator, please. Thank you so much. Associate Professor Insinyur Dr. Nick Nazri bin Nick Ghazali, Administrative Work, Master of Residential College 2019-2021, Advisor of Faculty Students Fund 2019 up to present, Head of Department 2019 to 2019 only, Associate Dean of Engineering Faculty 2017-2018, Head of Faculty Students Fund 2017-2019, Head of Engineering Faculty, HIP 2016-2017. Educational background, he graduated from University Malaya for PhD program, University of Cranfield is, I don't know this is correct or not for the spell program, and University of Bradford for bachelor program. Again, Universitas Pancasakti Tegal has MOU with Malaya University, the best university in Malaysia and 65 in the world. Thank you so much for being here today, Professor Nick. So, okay, it is time for you to have a short presentations. You will help yourself for the presentations, right?
Yeah.
Okay, please do.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And selamat tengah hari kepada semua. Selamat pagi kepada semua. Okay, like what Dr. Yoga said just now, it's going to be one short presentation from myself. Very interesting to listen to two previous speakers talking about computer science, mostly on AI, and very interesting to get to know that one day we may be able to get Elon Musk brain information and then download it, put it in the chip, and then implant it on someone else, and we'll get Elon Musk number 2. So if it is possible, then it's going to be, I don't know, good or bad. But sometimes something that is, it looks like impossible now, but it is in fact, it is not that impossible. One day in the future, we may be able to do it. There are a lot of things that happen in that direction already, you know, isn't it? Like the mobile phone that we are using now, you take it for granted, it is there already, like forever, isn't it? But in fact, 100 years ago, people don't even think about being able to do something like that, isn't it? Having a mobile phone, you have something, you can talk about, you can talk to it, you can talk to a friend, like remotely, something like that. Huh? Okay, that is number one. Number two, before I do my presentation, number two, I want to say something about the classification of doing research. There are two objectives when we do research. No, there are many objectives, but I'm going to touch on two classification. Number one is to publish papers, yes, of course. But sometimes the paper that we publish may not be too substantial in terms of the contribution to the knowledge, contribution to the betterment of the world. And number two is you do research for the sole reason to improve life of mankind, to improve the whatever that you do in our country. For example, for the engineers, they try to make things simpler and to always do some improvement to something. And number three, something that can be done as well for substantial research, because one of the objective, I'm not saying about UPS or some other universities in Indonesia, but also to my university, University of Malaya. One thing that can be done, because one of the things that is important for a university is to publish papers. Yes, of course, isn't it? The more paper you publish, the better it's going to be for the university and also for the lecturer if you are a lecturer. So one of the things that our department will be doing, starting from maybe next year, maybe we are still looking into it. We are trying to mobilize our undergraduate students, because normally we are just relying publication, general publication on the postgraduate students. But sometimes it is not that easy to get postgraduate students to do research, because we ourselves as lecturers, normally we don't have much time to do research. So why don't we mobilize our undergraduate students as well? They are like in my department, mechanical engineering, we have per batch, we have 200 students. So if we can ask, we have like a Benkel is what, a workshop, 1 week workshop for these students. And then maybe they can just write a review paper. If we have 200 students come up with 200 review papers, and then we send for publication. If the success rate is even 40%, it's about 80 papers already, isn't it? And I don't think it is that big thing to publish, what is it, the review paper, which is quite important in a way. Okay, now that is my introduction for my talk. I'm going to spend not much time today. I'm going to say something about one of the research I am doing at my department. Okay, and it is like in line with the theme of the conference today, which is green manufacture for providing sustainable energy development. So as we know that energy is needed greater and greater volume every time, isn't it? So it is very important for engineers especially to find some other ways in order to get some other options of generating energy from which is clean energy, green energy. So one of the research that we have done, I'm sorry, I cannot share this one. One moment. I cannot how to do slideshow. One moment. You can see my slide.
You can see the slide already.
Oh, okay, all right.
You can see the slide.
Okay, one of the research that I'm doing, actually this is not even for postgraduate students. This is done by undergraduate students, but we've been doing it for like 2 years already. Evaluation of pressure drop across an in-pipe spherical turbine. So as introduction, the increasing demand of electricity, it is needed to find some options, some of the options, which is clean energy. So it is to derive useful electricity from excess heat in water pipelines through the use of spherical in-pipe hydropower turbine. So we have this water piping system, which can be very big. The biggest that we do some experiment already on the 1.5 meter diameter of water piping system, which is very big, isn't it? So what we do is we install some turbine inside the pipeline, and then when the water is flowing, hitting the turbine, and the turbine will rotate, and then at the same time will be integrated to the power generator, and then you will get electricity from there. And what is important is it should not interrupt normal water supply. And one of the major thing is even though from another perspective, it is like free energy you can get from something that is not doing anything, isn't it? But the thing is, there is so lack of literature regarding the impact of the flow that we can learn about this thing. So the objective is 3 objectives we have. Number 1 is to evaluate pressure losses in the pipe due to the turbine, because you understand, isn't it? The objective of the water piping system is to move water from one place to another. So if you put something in the middle of water piping system, what is going to happen? It will lose energy, or will lose pressure, and the water company will not like it. So it is very, very important we do some research on how to lessen, how to reduce the pressure loss after the water hit the turbine. Number 2, to analyze the effect of the turbine on water flow. And number 3, to suggest practical operating conditions of the turbine. And this is the blade that we are using, developed by Alexander Gorlov by the name, I think he must be a Russian. Blades arranged in helical form. The properties of it can reduce the level of torque oscillation, self-starting capability in slowing moving fluid. So this is some of the, there are actually two companies that already did something on this, but from what we learned from the research that we have done, there are still a lot of research that can be done to improve the system. So one company is called Lucid Energy, and the other one is Rentricity. Both of them are based in America, and it is only happened in America. But I'm sure if we do some research, we can also do in our own country actually. Could be used to supply clean energy in urban area. Number 2, it is dominated by these two companies. So the first one is Rentricity. It takes up more space. This one is not between the two from our research finding. Lucid Energy is better than Rentricity because it is simpler. You just design this part of the power generator, and then you just plug in to the existing water piping system. That is all, and then you can get the electricity from that already. But anyway, this one is for by electricity flow, and the other one is Lucid pipe. This one is, you see, this is the blade, the turbine engaged to power generator, and then can get the electricity straight away. Okay, this is the typical power generator depending on the diameter of the turbine. So if it is in terms of inches, 24 inches is about 0.5 meter. 42 is about 1 meter, 60 inches is about 1.5 meter. You just imagine 1.5 meter is very big, isn't it? Very big pipe. And the water flowing into it is like 125 megagallon per day. And the power that can be generated by each one of these one for 60 inches or 1.5 meter diameter pipe can get you up to 105 kilowatt of power, which is big, isn't it? If you imagine that one house will need, a typical house, I don't know about what it is in Indonesia, but in Malaysia, a typical house will need about 2 kilowatt of power. Because thinking about if you have 2 air conditioning system with 1 horsepower each, 1 horsepower equals to 0.75, about 0.75 kilowatt. And 2 will be 1.5 kilowatt plus a refrigerator and lighting. And it will be about 2 kilowatt of power. So if you can manage to generate about 105 kilowatt, it can actually give energy to about 50 houses. So you can just imagine that, isn't it? But the other thing is, if the pressure is big enough, then we can put the turbine in series. So if you put 1, you'll get 100 kilowatt. So if you put 3, then you'll get 300 kilowatt, isn't it? That is pretty big already. 30 kilowatt can give energy to about 150 houses already. All right, okay, before I go on, what is important is to look at this one here. The pressure loss, how much pressure is lost after you put the turbine in the middle of the piping system. This is what a lot of research has to be done in order to improve it. Okay, this is pressure losses in a pipe due to obstruction. So for the water piping system, the typical velocity, the water that can flow inside a pipe can be more or less about 3 meters per second only. If it is more than 3 meters per second, then what is going to happen? If you learn engineering, it will cause fatigue problem, isn't it? fatigue problem. So that is why along the pipeline, you will see some part that will have PRV, or pressure reducing valve. Pressure reducing valve. What is the function of PRV? PRV is used to reduce the pressure. So this is where the location that you can put this turbine as well. Because this turbine, when the water is hitting it, it will reduce the pressure, isn't it? So instead of locating this, installing this PRV, why not we put something like this, a turbine that can be used, can be installed there, and then can give you energy, which is a win-win situation, isn't it? So this is the methodology, which is going to be very boring. This is how we do it. First, we draw, you know how to do it, and drawing again. And then this is how to create the computational domain. So we only put one when we do the simulation. We just use one. We just install one turbine inside the pipe. This is the computational domain. So this is the mesh generation that we do. So we will have two types of mesh. One is a stationary mesh, which is non-moving mesh, and this one is a moving mesh. So one is stationary, this one is moving, because the turbine is moving, isn't it? So the mesh will be moving as well when the turbine is rotating. But in here, because there is only the water is going to be flowing through it, and the mesh can be a stationary mesh. All right, we use a simulation method setup. We use a dynamic mesh 6 degree of freedom simulation to predict the free will velocity of the turbine. And then this is the rotational velocity of the turbine, in which the turbine is allowed to rotate freely due to the incoming water flow. So the turbine is moving depending on the speed of the water. That is logical, isn't it? So after obtaining the free will velocity of the turbine, sliding mesh method is performed for rotational velocity ranges from 0 RPM up to the free will velocity to obtain the power curve of the turbine, as well as observing the effect of the water flow. So this is the post-processing, because I'm explaining to you what I'm doing on the CFD simulation, computational fluid dynamic simulation. So I run this. So this is starting when the water starting to flow and hitting the turbine, and the turbine is rotating. We do this because we want to know what is the free will rotational speed of the turbine. So this is from this view. This is another example of from the top. So this is a velocity contour. This is just one example of the simulation that we do. So the results. So what we found that the free will velocity is taken to be the average velocity of 350 RPM. So depending on the speed of the water, then you'll get the speed of the rotation. And this one is inlet pressure against flow time. The average inlet pressure is about 333 kilopascal after 4 seconds. Pressure drop about 10%, yeah, about 10%. So 10% is quite okay already. But again, it depends on how much pressure at the moment along the pipe. So as long as the pressure is big enough to move the water from one place to another, then there shouldn't be any problem, isn't it? So this is after obtaining the free will velocity of the turbine, sliding mesh method is used to obtain the moment and inlet pressure at 100, 150, 200, 250, and 300 RPM. Other parameters are calculated manually and are as follows. So this is rotational speed, the torque, pressure outlet, and this is what is important, power coefficient, COP. So maximum power extracted from the turbine is about 7 kilowatt at 250 RPM. The corresponding pressure drop is 24 kilowatt, which is kilopascal, which is okay, about 10%. The pressure drop is proportionate to the rotational speed. Okay, I think the last slide from myself is on the conclusion. The maximum power that could be extracted from the turbine is about 7 kilowatt at 250 RPM. The pressure drop is proportional to the rotational speed. But you have to be aware as well, because there is one term which is called solidity. The faster the turbine is rotating, the higher is going to be the solidity. If the solidity is like 1, it means like it is like a solid in the middle of the pipe. It's going to be a big obstruction to the water flowing. The best, that is why the research is done to get what is the optimum number, optimum velocity, so that the water can still flow through, not like flowing against one solid thing in the middle of the pipe. And the last one is a study on the effect of the number of blades could be conducted to improve the performance and pressure drop of the spherical turbine. Okay, before I end my presentation, I think there are a lot of other things that can be done in terms of improving the energy situation, like how to get energy from the wave. A lot of people are doing research already. Even along the highway, when the car is moving along the highway, because when it is moving, then there is like a force coming out of the vehicles, and then that force can actually be extracted all the way along the highway as well. I think some of the researchers have done something like that already, and has been implemented widely already as well. So I think that is all my presentation for today. I thank you very much for inviting me for this conference, and I hope next time we will meet again. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum and selamat.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Dr. Ray, for your presentation about turbine. A very excellent, wonderful presentations, of course. And this is something very, very new for me, because I'm not from the engineering faculty, so I know nothing about turbines. So let me ask the distinguished participants whether they have questions or not about Professor Nick's, Associate Professor Nick's presentations today. Hello, mahasiswa. Prof. Nick is very good in Bahasa Melayu, so you can ask him in Bahasa, no problem. He will explain bahasa. Beliau bahasa Indonesianya bukan bahasa Melayunya bagus, sir. Silakan mahasiswa atau dosen teknik yang kemarin ketemu dengan boleh bertanya dalam bahasa, no problem, because he understands well. Adakah? Saya cek. Hello, 1 or 2 questions only, but of course I limit the questions, 1 question or 2 questions only. Adakah dari sekian banyak yang mau bertanya in bahasa Indonesia? No problem. Because he is Associate Professor Nick or Dr. Nick is very good in bahasa. Adakah? Halo. Anda belajar turbin loh ya di sini. Mungkin ada perbedaannya dengan here in Indonesia or in Malaysia, atau based on his research or other researchers about the topic. Ada? Halo? Ladies and gentlemen. Pak Agus ada, Pak Agus?
Assalamualaikum.
Oh, waalaikumsalam. We have one. Okay. Please do.
Saya Bambang Hermani dari Untak Cirebon ya.
Oh, monggo dari Cirebon, West Java.
Bahasa Indonesia aja.
Silakan.
Kurang lancar untuk ini.
Silakan.
Yang saya tanyakan, turbin ini apa dibuat atau dirancang untuk menghasilkan energi listrik dengan suatu aliran di dalam pipa, atau untuk mengatur pressure drop. Misalnya pengaliran air di perkotaan dari pegunungan, kira-kira itu. Mungkin itu pertanyaan saya. Terima kasih.
Okay, terima kasih untuk the question. Can I answer campur-campur boleh ya?
Boleh.
Okay, the one that I presented just now is for the urban area, whereby the turbine, the pipeline is horizontal, mostly horizontal. So there are a lot of challenges there, because like what I said in my presentation just now, one of the main thing we have to check is we cannot have too big pressure drop after it hits the turbine. But there is another other design that we have done. I did not present that one today because it is still ongoing. It has been patented already, but that one is to be used when the water is flowing from high ground, having potential energy. So that one is better. But that one is like it is not totally inside the pipeline, but it is like on the side, the water hitting from the side, the turbine, the blade, and then the rotating the turbine, and then we'll get the electricity from there. Actually, for that project, we get more than 1 million Malaysian ringgit to do the research on, which is still ongoing now. We got the location already to do the pilot project. Really hope that it is going to happen, because our objective is only one thing. We want to get clean energy, because that energy that we can get is like free, isn't it? It is there all the time. We just don't use it. The water that is flowing from high ground, that is energy already, isn't it? Rather than we do what we normally do, having like this big what is it, power generator, apa tu orang panggil tu, jana kuasa yang besar-besar tu. Why not we come up with something that is it can be easily integrated into existing pipeline. So that is our objective. Actually, one of another project that which is in line with this study is how to design something that is very modular and can actually be just installed easily at home, because in our house there's also water flowing, isn't it? Water flowing all the time. So why not we design something and then we plug into our existing piping system in our house, and then we can get energy from there as well. But the thing is, the one that one of the main challenges is because at our house the water is not flowing all the time, isn't it? Sometimes if nobody is using the going to the toilet or what, then there is no water flowing. So like no electricity there, because there is no water, there is no source of energy there. But the one that we did outside is on the existing water piping system, which is always there. I hope I answered the question already.
Okay, so the research result about turbines, I mean, your research is, do you think it is better, I mean, it benefits more for Malaysia in general than comparing to the turbine that your country has now? Or any different?
Yeah, I think not only in Malaysia, it is all over the world, isn't it? We are looking for some options to get clean energy. People are doing a lot of research, getting energy from the sun which is solar energy. But I don't know, maybe because of, I think for the solar energy, which is good as well, which is very good as well, the main problem is the cost of the battery, which is very expensive, the battery.
Very expensive. So it is produced by different countries, or it is already produced, the battery in Malaysia?
No. I think the main producer of battery is in China. I think a lot of research has been done in China. I don't know if this by design or what, but China, they are targeting that in 20 years, I think 60% of their cars, their vehicles on the road will be all electricity. Yeah, electricity. I think that is one of the things our countries should be looking at as well. But still, I think one of the biggest car company, electric company, electric car company producing electric car is in Vietnam, I think. In Vietnam, surprisingly, they have done a lot of research there. I think Thailand is very bad as well, yeah. But Malaysia is a bit slower. I don't know about Indonesia.
We have Dr. Chalong here.
I don't know about Indonesia, but I think the biggest is from Vietnam. No, the biggest in Southeast Asia. In Vietnam.
Okay. Dr. Chalong, you want to comment something? Okay, thank you, Dr. Nick, for your explanations today. Pak yang dari Cirebon, thank you for your questions, because we have to. Yeah, thank you so much. Pak Bermani nih dari Cirebon nggih.
Bambang Hermani.
Pak Hermani, Bambang Hermani dari Universitas
17 Agustus Cirebon.
Oh, dari Untak Cirebon, West Java. Kita kemarin nggak ke sana ya, Prof. Nick, padahal offline di Tegal. Kayak Pak Hermani, Bapak dari Engineering Faculty ya, Pak?
Ya.
Terima kasih pertanyaannya, Bapak. Masih semangat ya. You are very enthusiastic in asking the questions. Thank you, Bapak, for being here today. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much, Professor Nick. Dr. Nick, thank you so much for being again our guest speaker today. Thank you for always being here with us with Universitas Pancasakti Tegal. You are very kind and very helpful. Thank you so much. It is a great honor. Thank you. Bye. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite the last speaker. Is Dr. Agus will be here or not, Bu Nana? Dr. Agus.
I don't think he'll be here.
He will not deliver.
Yeah.
He will not deliver. Oh, okay. So this is the end of the main agenda. Okay, back to the Master of Ceremony. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Yoga, as our moderators for the plenary session. I also would like to thank you very much for the distinguished speakers for today's seminar. Associate Professor Dr. Nick Nazri from University Malaya, Malaysia. Also Associate Professor Dr. Chalong from Thai Global Business Administration Technology College, Thailand. Also Ms. Veronica Pestova, PhD from Moscow City University, Samara, Russia. Well, ladies and gentlemen, before we go on to the next session, parallel session, I'd like to hand over the certificate of appreciation to our co-host universities, to Universitas Islam Indonesia, Universitas Wijaya Kusuma, Universitas Kadiri, and also Universitas Islam Sultan Agung. First, I'd like to go to, can you please scroll up, Hussein? Can you please help me? First, I'd like to give the certificate of appreciation to Universitas Kadiri as a co-host in our today's Piseco 2022. Also, our certificate of appreciation goes to Universitas Wijaya Kusuma Purwokerto. Next, please. Yeah, the next is Universitas Islam Sultan Agung as our co-host for today's event. And the last one, Universitas Islam Indonesia. Thank you very much for being our co-host for Piseco 2022. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is our parallel session, and it will be divided into 4 breakout rooms. Hussein, will you please help us? Ladies and gentlemen, or all the participants of Piseco, you can get the link of the breakout room, I mean the Zoom link, directly from the committee. And then please join the breakout room. We have 4 breakout rooms for today's agenda. Okay, Pak Arif, are we going to continue right now, or do we have to have a break time session first? Are we going to continue right now or after the break time session?
Break time session.
Okay, yeah. So yeah. So how many? I mean, break time session starts right now until
30 minutes after
only
this.
30 minutes. Only
Yes.
30 minutes. Okay, yeah. So ladies and gentlemen, now it is time to break. I mean the break time session for 30 minutes. After that, we are going to back to the Zoom, and then we are going to have parallel session. Yeah, 30 minutes for break time session.
How are you?
Yes, does anyone have questions for the breakout room? Hussein, can you please help us to share the link for the breakout room? Or maybe, ladies and gentlemen, you may take a refreshment outside for 30 minutes. After that, please come back to the Zoom. And then after that, we will have parallel session for the author to have presentation. Thank you very much. Oh, yeah. As you can see on the screen, this is the breakout room for 1, 2, 3, 4. The first room will be conducted by Miss Yuvita, as you can see on the screen, ladies and gentlemen. And then the next room number 2 will be conducted or will be led by Miss Anin. And then room number 3 will be conducted by Miss Nuris. And the last room is going to be conducted by Miss Yulia. So you may check your name on it and then kindly enter or join the breakout room link. 30 minutes for break time. After that, please, you may join us again. Yeah, Hussein, can the presenters join the breakout room right now so they can prepare for their presentation? Probably. They may join the breakout room right now for preparing the presentation. And 30 minutes after that, we will start the presentation for the parallelization. Is it okay, Hussein?
Yes, Miss.
Okay, yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, all the presenters and participants, right now you may enter the breakout rooms. Again, we have 4 rooms here, room 1, 2, 3, and 4. Kindly to join the breakout room, and then 30 minutes after that, we are going to start the parallelization. I'd like to check whether the moderators are coming here or not. Bu Yuvita, are you there? Bu Anin? Bu Nuris? Or Bu Yulia? Or I think all the moderators are in their own rooms, yeah? Okay, yeah. So all the participants and presenters, kindly to join the breakout rooms to prepare the presentation.
Mohon maaf, sekedar mengingatkan Bu Rostiana.
Ya,
Untuk
Pak Agus.
Ya, untuk teman-teman mahasiswa perlu kami ingatkan, ini ada 4 room untuk presentasi masing-masing pemateri. Teman-teman mahasiswa bisa mengikuti sesi ini masuk ke tiap room. Nah, jadi yang masih ada di dalam ruang Zoom ini, kami persilahkan, dapat memilih, ada 4 room untuk dapat melihat, mendengarkan, dan bisa mencermati dari pemateri yang akan disampaikan tentang penelitian mereka. Seperti itu, terima kasih.
Ya, terima kasih Pak Agus. Sekali lagi teman-teman mahasiswa silakan untuk bisa join di breakout room. Itu silakan tinggal diklik di situ ada tanda ya di handphone atau juga di laptop masing-masing itu ada tanda kotak 4 itu silakan nanti diklik kemudian bisa join ke masing-masing room. Silakan dipilih room 1, room 2, room 3 atau room 4 sembari kita menunggu untuk para presenter mempersiapkan presentasinya.
Mas Husen, untuk setiap room temanya ada nggak ya, Mas?
Bisa, Pak.
Ya, maksudnya untuk tema barangkali di sini ada beberapa program studi, bisa dipilah tema di setiap room. Oh, umum ya. Oke.
Teman-teman mahasiswa ada pertanyaan untuk bisa gabung ke breakout rooms-nya mungkin nanti bisa dibantu oleh Mas Husen di sini. Karena ini kayaknya masih ada yang di sini, Pak Agus, masih belum ke breakout rooms.
Iya, masih banyak ada di sini.
Halo, teman-teman mahasiswa.
Tapi sudah mulai banyak juga yang bergabung
Ya,
ke
sudah.
room.
Baik. Mas Husen nanti mungkin bisa dibantu untuk teman-teman mahasiswa untuk langsung dimasukkan ke masing-masing breakout room. Sepertinya bisa ya.
Siap, bisa. Ini lagi di proses.
Ya, thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, 30 minutes for the break time. After that, we are going to have parallel session for each room. So as the master of ceremony or as the host for today's event, I'll be right back after. Thank you very much. Or if you have any questions, kindly to text us. And we are willing to help you. Oh, yeah. Okay, Hussein. So, yeah, ladies and gentlemen, before we go to parallel session, I'd like to hand over the certificate of appreciation to our distinguished speakers for today's agenda. So, I'd like to address the certificate to Associate Professor Dr. Nick. Good morning, Dr. Nick. Are you still here? Dr. Nick? Okay. Or, yeah. Miss Veronica Pestova, are you still here? Okay. I think they're not here already. I mean, they are on Zoom, but they are. Okay. Hussein, what about this agenda? We move to the end of our session after the parallel session. Is it okay, Hussein?
Yes, Miss.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. So we postpone this one, and after parallel session, we are going to have a handover certificate of appreciation. Bu Yuvita, hello, Bu Yuvita. Bu Yuvita, kindly join the breakout room right now. You are on room number 1. Yeah, you may join the breakout room right now, Bu Yuvita, because all the presenters and also participants, they are already in breakout room number 1.
Okay, Mbak Nada.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sorry, Mas Admin. Halo. Halo.
Yes, Pak. Yes, Pak. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Untuk setiap room sudah selesai semua belum ya?
Selesai, sir. Finish. Finish.
Zoom 1 tadi saya sudah, Zoom 2 sudah. Zoom 2, room 2. Room 2.
Room 3. Room 3 finish, sir. Room 3 finish.
Finisher. 4 sisher. Empat finisher, 4 finish, 4. Ini berarti sudah selesai semua, Bu. Bu Ayu, Bu Ayu. Bu Yuni. Yuni, sudah selesai semua ini? Tutuplah. Mas Susan. Mas Susan.
our main group here on Piseco 2022. And before we close our agenda for today's event, I'd like to hand over our certificate of appreciation to all speakers for today's event. First, our certificate of appreciation goes to Associate Professor Dr. Nick Nasri from University Malaya, Malaysia. Please. Yeah, Dr. Nick, this is our certificate of appreciation. Thank you very much. Next is our certificate of appreciation goes to Associate Professor Dr. Chalong from Thai Global Business Administration Technology College, Thailand. And also our certificate of appreciation goes to Miss Veronica Pestova, PhD from Moscow City University, Samara, Russia. Thank you very much for all the speakers for today's event. Very wonderful talk and insightful talk. Ladies and gentlemen, next is some announcement for the next upcoming event of Piseco 2023, and it will be delivered by the committee. Oh yeah, sorry, about the publishing the article and so on, yeah, will be delivered by Pak Abi. Pak Abi, please.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Nana. This is the information for all of the authors in this Piseco course. Our article, our papers, job willing will publish in February in 2023. I think that's all for information. Is accordance for the publisher. Okay.
So, the question.
Oh, yes. Yeah. You can contact us in our website directly and also in our WhatsApp number.
They
Yes, they
get the numbers.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Thank you so much, Pak Abi. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of our. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. We'd like to inform you, or we'd like to announce you the best presenters for today's event. Very much for coming all the way virtually in the Zoom, and we hope we can see you in the next upcoming event, Piseco 2023. Thank you very much. Goodbye. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Miss Nana.
Thank you, Pak Agus Sidini.
Thank you. Ya, selamat bertemu besok.
Ketemu di Malaysia, Pak.
Insya Allah.